Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, and all variations thereof, and welcome to the stream. Ooh, that's a very funky tune that has just turned on. Tonight we are playing some Dishonored because we are back on the story game grind, as it were. It is a Monday after all, so we'll be doing 3 hours of Dishonored, and after that we will be playing some World to the West, which is an interesting little game that I am excited to share with you all. And I haven't actually completed that game, so bear with me. But yes, today we are back in Dishonored. Last we left off, we had finally met the assassin Daud, and he's thrown all of our tools down a pit. So that is our next objective. After that, it'll be a case of... Well, I've no idea, actually. I have no idea what happens next. So, with that in mind, let me turn off the background music and bring to the foreground the actual view. Okay, so let us enter into the world of Dishonored once again to find out what happens next. Right, so last we left off, we were in this rather dingy place. Let's see. Your gear, Daud's base. There is maybe stuff down there? I want to go check. Ah. Sorry, I'm used to E for interacting with things, but interaction is on F for Dishonored, which is a little irritating. Ah, hello. What's this? Wonder what's through here. There's no rats around. Don't suppose I can possess a hagfish, can I? Well, for a moment there, I thought I could. I can. Interesting. I can possess a hagfish. How interesting. I didn't realize I could do that. Huh. Right. Ooh. Well, that's a different way to get out of there. Huh. Okay. Sure. I'll take it. Possess a fish. Maybe we can get into more places by possessing fish. No. Apparently not. Oh well. Ooh, wait. Ah, but here's a rat. Relocated on account of flooding. Oh dear. Right. I'm fairly sure there's assassins around here. Oh. Ah. Interesting. Oh. I see. Ooh, crossbow bolts. And a pistol. Nice. There's a vent there. Ooh. You are creepy. But that's fine. I'll just leave you be. Go grab the rest of my stuff. Before we deal with you. Whoa. Well, that's unpleasant. Yeah. Those things are disgusting. I'm fairly sure they spit acid. Oh dear. Oh dear. This is Weeper territory. Right. Let's just stay up here for now. Ooh. This is unpleasant. Oh. I'm out of Pierrots. I see. Bone charm. What did we get? Throwing hand. You throw carried objects a bit further. Not really all that useful. Donovan's journal. Everyone was looking for someone to blame for what happened as the waters rose day by day, and one by one the business owners had to give up their shops to ankle-high muck and river crusts that started growing as far back as Thresh Street. Truth is, it wasn't some plot to wipe out the ever-prosperous Rudshaw off Dunwall's maps. It was laziness and stupidity. The barriers keeping the rising river waters out hadn't been maintained in at least a decade, and once one leak started, the whole thing gave out. The city was so tied up fighting the plague, no one lifted a finger to salvage the place. Its been a year now, and living in a place that the Regent's forgotten about has its perks. Ah, I see. Sorry, guys. Yeesh. This place has definitely seen better days. Right. Have to be conservative with the blinking. Don't have much of Piero's remedy around here. Ooh, but I will take a social off. Oh, right. I don't have my crossbow, so I can't sleep dart people. Shit. I'm gonna have to play this a lot more stealthily than I usually do. Go to the Greaves Refinery. I guess that's where our stuff is. Hmm? Ooh. Bit of load lag there. That's weird. Doesn't usually happen. This place is practically overrun with weepers. Right. Okay, so my stuff is in there, I guess. Oh shit. I'm having to burn through all my Pieros. Not all that concerned about grabbing money at the moment. Honestly, I had most of what I wanted before everything. Okay, there's a bone charm there. Rune there. Greaves Lightning Oil Refinery. Lovely. Oh. How pleasant. Rune is down there. go. Right. How do we get up there? Hello, old deaf one. Yeah. Not much. You haven't missed much. I figured out that I can possess fish. And also those things exist. Ugh. I am now in the process of trying to retrieve my my items from somewhere in here. So we'll see how that goes. Backup power receptacle. Oh, a map of the Western Ocean. I'll take it. Refinery safety notice. Remember to keep the stair in the up position at all times unless there's a shift change or an emergency. Failure to do so may result in damage to equipment and or loss of life. In the event of an actual emergency, main power will be shut off. Use the backup receptacle to your right to restore power to this control panel. Oh, there's a mask. Interesting. Right. Well, what stair are they talking about? Is there a stair? No, see a stair. Well, I guess we'll restore power and then see what happens. Question mark? Okay, we have an empty oil tank. Oh wait. So where do we... Ah! Okay, I see. I see. Right, there we go. And now we should be able... That was some fancy machinery. That was neat. Ah, hello. Oops. I have to get to that from the other side. Some coins and another bone charm. What does this one do? Strong arms. Choking is faster. Oh, I will take that. Yeah, there we go. Oh. Didn't realize that could slide. Right. Oh dear. This place has certainly seen better days.
But we should watch the streets. We'll see them from the rooftops.
All right.
If nothing else, we can cut him off at the market.
He can't get through the rail station without the key.
This one is resourceful. He'll find a way.
I don't like them. Oh, right. Yes. So I found out that I could possess fish. I am currently up against vanishing assassins that have a similar power to me. And I'm in the process of trying to recover my items from an oil distillery? Question mark. Let's see. There's tank. Oopsie. Right. There we go. Opa. Lovely. Oh. Oh, hello. Hordes of loot. So much loot. And some books. On hunting whales. These new ships made by that Sokolov fellow make life easier than it was in my youth, I'll tell you what. Ere was, we were at the mercy of the winds. Nowadays, the engines get up at first whale sign, and there ain't time enough to rouse the boys from their bunks before you're on the herd. We cull out the biggest bastard we can lay eyes on, and the pilots drag us out from the circling brutes. Them things groan and bellow across the water like they're calling to each other. Men below say you can feel it in the hull. But when the harpoons go in, the beast cannot make for deep water no more. Once it weaks from lost blood, we launch the hook boat and put chains into the tail. Then the winches drag the bastard backwards up the chute and into the rigging overhead. Yep, that's whale hunting for you. The Greaves Whale House. In the early days, when the ships brought in the great dead whales, men would slaughter them and reduce their blubber to oil in massive vats on the banks of the Wrenhaven. Small crews maintained their own vats, with workers specializing as fire tenders, slicers, gutmen, haulers, or strainers. Inevitably, once the demand went up, the businessmen moved in, wooing the best crews with promises of better pay and safer conditions. The warehouses went up at the edges of the Rudshaw financial district almost overnight. None was more organized, or as some would say, more ruthless, than the Greaves Whale House, opened by Ebenezer Greaves himself. The Greaves Whale House grew rapidly, absorbing rivals until it dominated the trade. At its peak, the operation employed over 300 workers, not including the children who filled minor and often tragic roles. Those associated with the refinery were recognizable by their head-to-toe industrial leather uniforms and the masks they wore to protect against the fumes. Interesting. Harpooner songs. Don't care. Right. Oh dear. Yeesh. Terribly sorry, madam. Wow, that is really quick. Whale vivisection. Remarkably, each specimen I had the pleasure of studying during the voyage possessed some minor variance in physiology. On the second leg of the trip, east of Tivia, the crew hauled aboard a female, some 42 feet in length. I estimated she weighed 35 tons, and the ship sat low, rocking side to side through the night with her thrashing. By candlelight, I took her apart, sketching and taking notes. Against her bellowing, I cut into the massive tentacles around her mouth. Within, I found row upon row of teeth and a baleen running along the upper jaw. Through this broom-like structure, I assumed she filtered food from the water that was too small to be chewed. Interesting. There is nobody here. You have seen no one. Nothing to worry about. Unfortunately, I've been deprived of my crossbow, so I can't put you guys out of your misery. True. Yeah, that choke is so quick now. Like speeding. Upgrade? Yeah. I found a bone charm called Strong Arms, which just is a straight up speed upgrade on choking. Oopsie. So yeah. It's coming in handy. Well, this is pleasant. Nah, it's fine, old deaf one. Don't worry about it. I can muddle through. Oh, it's a red guard. Interesting. I was wondering who was groaning all the time, but this is very interesting. You don't usually see red guards as weepers. So, to give you a bit of background, red guards, or the red-coated guardsmen, they're usually elites, so generals and commanders and that sort of thing. Huh. very rare. And rare mainly because, well, they're members of high society. You wouldn't expect them to catch it at all. Ooh. Birdie's just classed as a weeper. Yay! I got my blade back. Uh-huh. 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 I don't know what I was saying just then. Right. Okay, time to get out of here. Actually, what's my next objective? Find a way into Daud's territory. Okay, so yeah, just find a way into Daud's territory. Up we go. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Well, this is all of it for finding my stuff. Yes. I have my non-existent sleep darts back because I ran out of them last mission. And I'd planned to buy some more from Piero, but, well, we all know how that went, now don't we? Oh, wait, what's this? That's just a few coins. That's fine. Okay. Oh, bum, bum, bottom, bottom. I am surprised that those assassins that were here didn't hear the bloody rattling of all of this being put into place. But I'll take what I can get. And actually... Oh! Never mind. It's fine. I'll just turn that off. Up we go. Oh, bugger. Just fell through the bloody roof slats. Oh. We can't go over because there's a massive billboard. That's fine. I guess we'll go through the front door. Oh. Sir? Oh. Well, I guess that's a warning. Here we go. Oh dear. Ugh. Bloody river crusts. Looks like the assassins did short work of these guys. That is particularly unpleasant. Oh, I see where I am. That's fine. Oh. There's an assassin. Whoa. Shh. There we go. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Shit. I meant to pick him up. God damn it. God. Oh. Right. Let's try that again. Oh dear. Right. Wait, what? Oh. Hello, Jared. Okay, this is perfect. Welcome to the stream. Lovely. Oh. Here comes Assassinine Man. Right. This time, let's do this properly. There we go. Put you down there. Now that you're unconscious. We can choke these guys really quickly now. So there's a guy over there and there's a guy down there. If I'm not careful, there will be a guy up here in a moment. Oh. slave routes map. Ooh. Unpleasant. Maybe we can put it to good use. Some liberation efforts.
Oh.
More coffee? Probably a good idea, old F1.
Oh.
Right. Let's put you down there. And we can go back over here. Hey, why are you just blinking back and forth in that tiny area? Seems a little, well, pointless. A little pointless. There we go. Okay, you can go in here. I picked up like 3 keys from these guys. What keys have I picked up? Rail state. Oh, three rail station office keys. Each and every one of them had at least one. That's... You gonna have another. It's like Daud wants me to get in. There he is. There we go. I'm an efficient knockout machine. Yay. That is... 4 rail station office keys. Why do I need so many keys? Right. Now, let's run around and loot some stuff, shall we? Wanted, Daud. For the murder of various individuals of note, as well as crimes of heresy. Daud, enemy of the city of Dunwall. Reward 5,000 coins for capture or death. The offences of this man are high crimes under the strictures of the High Overseer, the municipal laws of the City Watch of Dunwall, and the edicts of our brave Lord Regent in these times of peril. Ew. That looks disgusting. What's with all the water? I guess I don't really have a choice. I have to go in the front door. Okay. Give me a lamp to stand on, and I will be happy. Oh. What's in here? Nothing. No trespassing. Ooh. There's an actual rail system that stretches off past that way. Interesting. Ooh. Find a way into Daud's territory. Infiltrate the base and find Daud. So for those of you that don't know, Daud is the person who killed the Empress, and who I was framed for killing the Empress. Or Corvo was framed. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, there's a lot of them. Ah, no. You've seen nothing. Stop looking at me. Good. Right. Now, how do we get around here? We can probably go under. Whoop. Which is probably easier than going over the walkways. Hey. Get up, walk away. Come on. I don't think I don't see you there, but if I shoot... Oh wait, no, I don't have any sleep darts. Look, if I was framed... Actually, who would want to frame me? Go on, walk off. Walk away. Shoot. You stood up, now walk the other direction. Go on. Can't even see me anyway, so whatever. That's a dog. There's a dog down there. Ah! There's a person there. We have entered someone's house. Oh, there's a journal. Martha's journal. The whalers came in greater numbers last night. We ran as soon as we heard the odd sounds they make, but half of our men fell before we could scatter. Larian says they aren't whalers at all, but cultists hiding their faces behind masks from the old oil processing factories. We should have moved out when they first started skulking around. They're after the old Chamber of Commerce building for some reason. For the same reasons we settled here. It's secure, fairly dry, and there's a tunnel underneath leading straight to Rudshaw Gate. Interesting. Ooh. You know, if there's one thing that they've done really well in Dishonored, it's they've really managed to get the polluted feel of, like, Dunwall City really well. There's just garbage, there's seaweed, there's algae. It really does feel like a polluted post-industrial city. I do not like the sounds that those guys make with their masks. Yep, and the air of misery everywhere. They've also managed to nail that as well. Oh, so you're sitting up against a wall at the moment. Oh. Oh. Dog. Oh. Would it be a good time to possess a fish and explore the water? Maybe. But then again, I don't really have a fish to possess at the moment. Ah, hold on. I found my way onto the rooftops. Yes, this is always a good place to be. Except when there are assassins all over the rooftops. Looking for you, specifically. So maybe not such a great place to be. Oh, wait, there's a balcony. Hello? Opa.
If Daud will not face it himself, why don't he simply cast lots for it?
What I do not understand is why you are voicing your complaints to me and not to Daud himself.
Hello, chaps. Don't mind me. I'm just passing by. Oh, oh, oh. There we go. Oh, 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 oh. I did not know you went up that far. Okay, we're good. We're good. Stick you down there. Apparently I'm going to start making another corpse pile. Oh, not corpse pile, body pile. It's not a corpse pile, they're not dead. There we go. Whoa. Oh. Oh shit. It's fine. There we go. Everything's fine. Just made a pile of assassins. There's just a pile of assassins in a room. Oh dear. Ah. Just add one more to the pile. Oh dear. I think there might be one more. Or maybe not. Oh no, no, there he is. There he is. There we go. A pile of assassins. I'll just let them sleep it off. You know, they'll be fine. Well, they'll either think that they had a rough night, or they'll be very curious as to who arranged their bodies in such a manner. Excerpt from a fresh journal. The 4 hounds we rescued from the overseers are making great progress. I am confident that with continued care and proper feeding, the training that they received at the hands of the zealots will fade, and they'll begin to behave more to our liking. Interesting. So these must be the hounds. Okay. Well. Okay. Daud's lair. Whoa.
I have a job tonight.
What's the delay?
I am gate-bound, not river-bound.
But Daud holds the key to the tunnel and is asked not to be disturbed. Is that it?
Correct.
This prisoner we took, the bodyguard who was with the Empress, seems to trouble him gravely.
Yes. I feel that we've reached a turning point tonight.
Yes. Good luck on your assignment when you're permitted to leave.
Interesting. Mission clues. There is a tunnel under Daud's base that leads to the Rudshaw Gate area. The way is locked and Daud keeps the key with him. Okay. You heard nothing. You saw nothing. Everything is fine. I'm getting good at this. Right. Daud's key needed. Oh, okay. Coin. Right, we need to make our way up there.
For your next trial, you must move unseen. Stay in shadow and avoid the light. Cross to the other side of the room without attracting notice. Very good. I did not see you approach. Now, attempt a transversal. Do not focus on your destination with your eyes. That is folly and will limit the potential of the power. You know the layout of the room. Instead, focus on where you wish to be standing, and it will be so. Excellent. We have no more to teach you for now. Return to your place of rest. Your real work with us begins tomorrow night.
Interesting. So this is essentially assassin training then. I'll just put your body down around here. You'll be fine. There's an open window up there. Oopsie. Okay, so that's just a blocked off area. Fine. There's something through that door. And actually, quaint bone charm over there, which I could go grab. And there's a rune down there. This is why you check before you go into other areas, because there's a dog down there. Oh, shit. Ooh, whatever. Ah, get off, you little... Ugh. Okay, come on, come on, come on. Ugh. Dogs. Where the hell is this? It's there. In there, right. Hold on. Let me quickly vanish from their side. There you go. You can't see me anymore. I dropped right on top of one of them. That's annoying. It's fine though. Right. They are a bit, aren't they? Poor boys look underfed. Right. What did that bone charm give me? Rat scent. Rats attack you only when you walk closer. Could come in handy. What do I have at the moment? Spirited, Twist of Fortune, Undertaker, Tough Skin, Strong Arms. They're all pretty good, honestly. Right. now there is a rune somewhere down. Oh. But down where, I do not know. It's down there. Is there a fish I can possess around here? Damn it, not a fish in sight. How would I get in that area? It's not through there. I mean, here's the thing. I don't think I am. Because I don't actually know if there is a way to get into that area. From the water. I think it might be a case of I need to go in from the inside to get that rune. Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely. You said what I was thinking right as I was thinking it, or saying it. If you have an assignment that requires that you travel to Redshaw Gate, see me, I hold the key. Daud's key needed. Okay. Well, we don't have Daud's key, but I did see an open window earlier. So scratch that. I saw 2 open windows. Daud's lair is over there. Oh, 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 oh. Sir, will you go stand still or walk away, please? Just do something. Stick you down there for now.
Vanished from confinement, from the whole area, and the men on duty swear they saw absolutely nothing. It sounds impossible, I know. The Greaves refinery's restarted. What do you make of it?
That he knows your work better than you do. Deal with the sentries as you see fit. As for Corvo, I suspect that in time he will come to me here. He'll have to.
Well, you're not wrong there. I am indeed coming for you. But actually, I just want your key. I don't actually.
Ruin at last. Lord Regent, Royal Spy Master, Hiram Burroughs. You small, worried man. You'll never know how many times I've thought about trying to get close to you again. Just to put a piece of sharp metal in your eye. But now there's no need. You've been taken down by the same apparatus that gave you life to begin with. Laws and courtrooms. swell with the public outrage. Good riddance to you, sir. So many schemes you had, and so many contracts. How many people did I kill for you? None like the last. None like her. I'd give back all the coin if I could. No one should have to kill an empress.
Ah. Someone regrets. Optional non-lethal, send out a message, steal the pouch from his belt, and then leave him unharmed. Ah, so that's how we do the ow, 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 ow. Okay, there we go. That's how we do the non-lethal with Daud. Sorry about the shaking, guys. The weird twanging sound of the mic stand. That's just me trying to shuffle myself around and absolutely failing. Ooh. Sitting cross-legged on a chair gets a little painful after a while. Right. Where was I? Oh yes. Non-lethal. Steal the pouch from his belt, then leave him unharmed. Okay. Whoop. Hello, mate. Okay, we can't get out that way. That's fine. Ooh, plenty of reading material. Daud's log. Ooh. 18 years on this wretched rock in this city of filth. I've felt the blood of scholars, of noble paedophiles, of guildsmen, of unfaithful lovers, of politicians who were far too just for their own good, and of law enforcers who came too close to bringing the wrong man to justice. Why should an empress be any different? Why should I feel the entire weight of this dying city crushing down on my back? Corvo, Lord Protector, is of Serkonos, just as I once was. I might have known that fact already, but it didn't matter until I recognized it in his face. It brought back distant memories of home and the optimistic young man I once was. What would I find if I went back there? Would I find that it has rotted from the inside, just like Dunwall? Or will it only appear that way because I'm the one who's rotted? Interesting. Kingsbarrow Island sits in the middle of the Wrenhaven River, and up through the previous century it was only used by fishermen and for occasional religious ceremonies. Almost, old F1. Almost. During the time of the Morley insurrection, a fort and naval dock were added to the island as a means of protecting the city from attacks by sea. In the time of the rat plague crisis, shortly after the tragic death of Empress Jessamine Caldwin, Dunwall's acting regent Hiram Burrows commissioned the construction of a modernized military installation and lighthouse on the island. Burrows' lighthouse, only recently completed, is widely considered to be one of the marvels of the modern age, humming with Sokolov's technologies powered by processed whale oil. The Royal Protector. And ooh, Daud's on the move. Wait, no, never mind. Let me finish reading his library. The Rudshaw Chamber of Commerce, that's the building we're in here right now. Once the financial heart of the empire, the Rudshaw Financial District was a hive of trade activity. No district employed more barristers, accountants, or indeed more security, and no part of Dunwall saw... And no part of Dunwall saw a greater flow of coin. When the flood barriers broke and the waters rolled in, the looting that followed was accompanied by an epic period of chaos and butchery. Those who could withdraw and move their assets did what they could. Others, with their wealth tied up in grand mansions and artwork, lost it all. When the last of high society's set had withdrawn and the lights went dark, Rudshaw was a groomy, crumbling shell of what it had been, inhabited by thieves, wild dogs, and rats. Once great palaces of commerce sat empty and haunted, or came to house killers and mercenaries, as well as anyone else looking to hide from the city watch. In mere months, the flooded district was settled upon as the most proper name for the place. Interesting. Right. Now, we need to steal the key, and we need to steal Daud's wallet. And there he is. The man himself. The killer of the Empress. Ah, more security. There we go. We'll stick you down here with your friend. Oh dear. Right. All is fine, all is well. Nothing to see here, my friend. Right. Ah. I see. So yes, this must be the way to get to the rune. That's fine. We'll go there in a moment. You are completely correct, Jared. I do need a tea break. Question is, well, actually no, it's not really a question, but I do sort of need to find a place to sit while I take said tea break. Because I don't want to get caught out, but I also want to leave you guys with a at least somewhat pleasant be right back screen. Ooh, money. Nice. I wonder. Oh. Okay, well, no, if we stand here we might get caught. Yeah, I know. Almost an impossibility. Oopsie. We can't stand on that either. Oh, perfect. There we go. Lovely. Right. I'll put some music on. I will go make myself a cup of tea, and I will be right back. Okay, I am back. I have myself a cup of tea. I have myself a Milbona snack bar, which is a delicious little treat, which is comprised of milk, honey, and chocolate, which is rather lovely, and I will probably have that in a little bit. Right. Okay. Let's get back to the game. I went on a break because I found the perfect spot, which was on top of, I think this is Empress Jessamine Caldwin's head. So yeah. Right then. Oh, there's the sentry. Oh. Daud is down there. Okay, I see. No, the guard doesn't go outside, but that's fine. Doesn't matter if the guard goes outside or not, because he's been neutralized. Yep, Daud is alone. Now I need to steal the key. And... oh, hello. Right. That was easiest pie, really. Stole his wallet, stole his key. Let's see. Yep, use the tunnel under Daud's base. Ah, and there's that rune. As well as some incandescent paste. Blueprints for an upgraded incendiary bolt bag, I think that was. Warning outflow area. Okay. Daud does have a safe. I'm tempted to try and steal everything in his room, but at the same time... oh, you're right, old deaf one. There were those desks that required his key. You are completely correct. Can't believe I forgot about those. Ooh. A small fortune. And an in-mouth pocket watch worth 100 coins. Nice. So we have the gateway tunnel down there. I do want to try something very quickly. So let's save the game. Because we've done everything that we can in this area. I want to see if we can talk to... Oh, shit. I want to see if we can talk to Daud. Because I'm curious if he has any voice lines. And I've never done it before. Actually, we could just choke him out.
So you've lost it all. Ruined at last. Lord Regent, Royal Spy Master, Hiram Burrows. You small, worried man. You'll never know how many times I've thought about trying to get close to you again. Just to put a piece of sharp metal in your eye. But now there's no need. You've been taken down by the same apparatus that gave you life to begin with. Laws and courtrooms and the mighty swell of public outrage. Good riddance to you, sir. So many schemes you had, and so many contracts. How many people did I kill for you? None like the last. None like her. I'd give back all the coin if I could. No one should have to kill an empress.
Interesting. So it was that journal log, but in audio form. And he's just sleeping. I just let him know that, hey, I could have killed you, but I didn't. Because I'm a nice person. And I don't kill people. On purpose. I don't kill people on purpose. I may have killed people accidentally, but I don't kill people on purpose. Right, I think we can leave now, safely. Target spared. Daud. Wait, what does it mean spared? Usually it says neutralized. Interesting. Oh well. Maybe I suppose because I'm not really neutralizing him. I just stole his wallet and knocked him out. I sort of just robbed him. Yeah. Oh. Well, that's unpleasant. I already picked it up, I'll deaf one. Don't worry. Already got it. Oh, but there is a bone charm that way. I picked it up the first time I went down into the thing. So no need to worry. Robust. Potions give you slightly more health. Don't need it. I don't get hit often enough to need it. Ow. I say that. I really should learn not to jinx myself.
I can't see anything. I must be in a basement.
There's no hospital. I told you that. You think they round people up because there's a cure?
They're city guards. They're supposed to protect people. Ah!
Oh.
They did. They protect the healthy people from people like us, the sick ones.
I'm not that bad. Some people pull through, right? Don't they?
1 in 1,000. 10,000 probably.
Any chance I'll take. When I get out of there and get better, I'm going to do right this time. A fresh start. This time.
Oh dear.
Goodbye, my boy. Strange. You don't look ill. You're not a victim, not a guard. A spirit from the void, maybe. Another wagon comes every few minutes. How many do you think have died? They say 1/3 of the city. I wouldn't have believed it, but I saw the mound of corpses myself. They dropped us in it. I don't blame them. I know why they do it. But I only wanted to die at home.
Interesting. I'll leave you two to it. Father and son. Very unfortunate. No.
The plague wagon's running every couple of minutes now. We just need to get on top of it and ride out of here.
Okay, great, smart guy. And what do we do when we hit the wall of light on Wet Short Gate? We'll be fried.
We can worry about that when we get there. I don't hear you with any better ideas.
That's because you've got fat in your ears. Those tall boys are just waiting for a chance to cut loose. We get power to their lights, and they'll go off to hunt plaguers. We can slip right past.
You killed what, a dozen people? I didn't get into this to kill people.
If only you knew how to tie off a boat. We need to make up our mind. That guy in the mask I saw, he came up from the dry canal. That's whaler territory. They're bad news.
Better make sure the coast is clear before we pack up. Don't want to get caught with our pants down.
I don't care if I'm wearing pants or not, as long as I get out of here.
Interesting. Oh, I'm gonna have to knock those two out. Mosley's warehouse key. Who wants to bet that's what's on his belt?
All these rats crawling all over everything.
Yep, there it is.
Half the city's dead. Won't make it 3 more months.
That's what everyone else says. There we go. Right. I'm just imagining everyone is in this grim, dark situation, and Corbo's just here in his mask, choking people into unconsciousness and just humming under his breath, going. Ooh. Letter to Ferg. Hey Ferg, a word of advice on your greedy little treasure hunting trips to the flooded district. If you find yourself stranded and the only way out is through Rudshaw Gate, this rewire tool will come in handy. If you can get through the doors, the circuitry panel for the Wall of Light is just on the other side. Better yet, let me come with you. I'll handle the complicated things. Interesting.
Took so long. It's the live ones crawling up out of the canals. Every 10 minutes, I'm gutting another one. How many times have I specified that only cadavers take the long drop?
It's why you get a weapon.
So what is going on up at the tower? Now they're saying the Lord Regent started the plague himself.
I don't understand it either. It looks like a whole other group's in charge. Doesn't change things for us down here. Second item.
These carriers.
Are you seeing plaguers come off the cart looking healthy? A few of them make it back up, and then we've got 10 times the mess.
Could be. Between killing reapers and finishing the...
Barricade. How should I know? Am I supposed to kill everyone I ever see down here?
I'm just passing this on from the stilt walkers.
Well, pass it to the men on the plague wagons. It's their job to gut these bastards before they throw them down here.
We got another whale oil tank on its way. When the lights come on again, it'll be your job to spot any weepers.
You think that helps? Now I can stare old ladies in the eye before I cut them down. Why do you think no one lasts on this job?
I'm heading back to civilization. What's left of it. Keep your head and you'll be on the stilts in no time.
I'll do my best. Put in a good word for me, would you?
That is indeed quite horrible. But that's post-plague problems. And also, the city is not exactly in the best state. Well, there you have it. That's how it is. It's particularly unpleasant. Right. Sorry. Just grabbing myself a quick snack. Lovely. Wait, hold on. Does that mean... Oh. I think... Dude? You? Oh, he's unconscious. Okay, that's fine. He's not dead. I thought that's what the guard had meant when he said he'd come down and killed someone. Don't step on the rails. They're electric and will kill you, is my guess at this point. Yes, is the answer to that. Yes, they are electric, and yes, they will kill you. I didn't even step on one, I just went right through it. Very, very dangerous. And yes, there are two tall boys, and I don't particularly want to get mixed up with either of them. Because tall boys, generally speaking, are bad news. Jesus, these places have seen better days. Oh, but there's some money. Coins, 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 coins. Coins, 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 coins. That's true. Thankfully, they don't have the missiles, which the towers have. The tall boys are still a bloody pain in the ass. Ooh. There's a locked door? How would anyone lock a door in a place like this? I'm literally probably going through the bloody wall on the other side. Yeah. Oh, I see why it's locked. Well, mate, looks like you didn't survive that. Okay, there's the Rudshaw Gate power switch. Ooh. Okay. Shit. Nope. You did not see anything. There is no one here. Losing interest, thankfully. There we go. One dealt with. They see me? don't think they saw me. Well, Old Port District, outskirts. Through the quarantine wall. Return to the Hound Pits. Lovely. Is there anything else I can do before I leave? Oh! Hello. Okay, there's a wall of light on the other side of that room, so we're not going through there. Nope. Looks like this is our way out. There was a chain, but it just went down to the ground. I don't think it went anywhere particularly. I mean, we could check. But I think it just went down to this door, essentially. And I'm not that fast. I just want to get away from the bloody tall boys. Old Dunwall Sewer. Toil and trouble. You've escaped the flooded district, and now you're winding your way back towards the Hound Pits pub. Through this area of the city. Oh, this looks even worse than the last place. Good grief. Bone charm I will take. There was probably stuff in the last area that I didn't pick up, now that I think about it. Oh, there is a bone charm down there, though. Probably walked right past it. Wait, where is it? Huh. Oh wait, no, it's down... What? Okay. Bone charms. Scavenger. You find ammo in greater amounts. That's nice, but I don't use ammo, so... I think we'll work our way up to Bend Time level 2. Or Wind Blast level 2. Ah, I see. Oh dear. Right, dear. Oh dear. So there's the sewer entry. Well. Yep. I mean, I have to use my grenades for something. To answer your question, Jared, those people are weepers. They're essentially zombies. Which is why I'm not that fussed in killing them. Because they're essentially not really alive anymore. Can I go down there? Come on. Let me... There we go. That was weird. Yeah, that's why I don't mind killing them, because they're essentially dead anyway, so... Yeah. It's an unpleasant affair, but that's how it is. Right. There's bone charm down there. There's bone charm behind there. There's a rune over there. Got it. Ooh. Ooh. Ugh. Ah! Bloody river crusts. Ah. But I can get rid of them, which is nice. Ooh. They give me pearls. Why is there a bathtub down here? Oh, more of them. There's more of them. There's... That is really quite disgusting. Ow. Well, whatever, I guess. I'll just walk past. Jelly's next task. Jelly, you daft chopper, here's another one for you. That old witch Granny Rags told me that you'll lose your taste for whiskey in the month of wind. Then your eyes will go dim in the month of seeds, and you'll draw your last breath in the month of ice. If you want your share, you'll know what to do. Month of wind, seeds, ice. 13 months. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 528 is the combination. Oopsie. 5, 2, 8. There we go. Bone charm and an ingot. What does the charm do? Acrobat. You climb slightly faster. That could be helpful, actually. Oh.
Wish I had a last swig of whiskey.
Well, sorry about that, friend. I have no whiskey on me. I drank it all. Find the sewer master key. Is it on this guy?
You're the mask guy's been taking down all the lords and ladies. No way through this gate unless you got the sewer key. Only one place to get that key, and I wouldn't go there. Not for all the gold in Dunwall Tower. Not again. Maybe you could pull it off, though. Something attacked us in the distillery. It used the rats. I know it sounds crazy. And then it run back under the streets. So we come down here to kill it. Slackjaw leading the way. Went bad. I barely crawled out. Don't know what happened to Slackjaw. He had the sewer key, though.
Interesting.
It was a fog, and then rats. Rats everywhere. Slackjaw chased them deeper into the sewers.
Oh. Not getting me that easily. Ugh. Those things are disgusting. Oh, and there's more. One. Two. Ow. Three. Ugh. No pearls in these ones, it seems. Oh, no, there's one in that one. Interesting. Oh, that's a person's feet. How lovely. Right. Let's... Ugh. Well, this place is particularly lovely. Oh, some bolts. Yes, I'll take that. After all the ones I've been using on the Interesting. I wonder what's down here. Or up here, should I say. How have I not gotten the plague yet? A healthy dose of Piero and Sokolov's elixir combined, which nobody seems to think to do. And also the fact that I'm blessed by a pagan god, so, you know, it probably helps. Ah, Granny Rags.
I'm going to boil off the nasty fat and sinew and carve a pretty song on your bones.
Hey! Someone kill this crazy witch! I can make her rich!
Quiet now. Granny needs to concentrate.
Don't kill me.
Interesting.
Granny Rag, stop! Stop what you're doing! Can't we at least talk about it?
My knives gotta be nice and sharp to cut into your skeleton, Slackjaw. Nice and sharp.
Interesting.
Look around. There's a cameo of a
Whoa,
young girl.
whoa.
It's her. Destroy it with the furnace. Says in one of her books it's the only way to get rid of her forever.
Excerpt from an untitled manuscript. I don't think so, Jared. Mainly because of the fact that she literally just vanished into thin air. Stronger than Scrimshaw, a skull full of guile, whale bile, bones in a pile, white scrape gleaming, kindle fire and crackle fat, big block gobs of spat, fume up. Feathers, mad-eye bird, fell to ground, seeds, nettle, needles, see. Stir a bit.
I know the cameo don't look like her, but it's supposed to be her when she was young. That's where she gets her powers. Throw it into the furnace, burn the cameo, and you kill her.
You can do, dearie. Well, it's not enough. Bones of the great Leviathan, protect me!
Okay. Maybe we can try talking to her? Let's give it a go. Not sure that we'll be able to.
Boil off the nasty fat and sinew, and carve a pretty song on your bones.
Hey!
Oh, we can.
There's my love. Are you ready to help get Slackjaw's bones? Granny has some birthday gifts for you. I've been saving them up in case you ever came back to me.
Okay. Chat help. Do we help Granny turn Slackjaw into, I'm guessing, bone charms and runes? Or do we help Slackjaw kill Granny? Slackjaw was on Daud's wall, that is true. Would it count as killing him? I don't know. It might. Tell you what, why don't we do it both ways? And see...
Aren't you a gentleman helping Granny Rags with her stew? We'll eat well tonight, sweetheart. First thing, you'll have to put him to the knife. Don't want him crawling out of the pot now.
What you doing? Listen on me, Corvo. Don't help
Optional, help Granny cook Slackjaw.
You can have anything I own. Corn, whiskey. I got a key to the sewerways. What are you doing? Don't help her. She's out of her mind. I can reward you. What do you want? Money? Weapons?
I don't know. I don't know what to do. Do I unlock him and let them fight it out? Like, what? Hold on. Is there a non-lethal way to do this? Very, very confused. Oh, that's a whale. Interesting. The outsider and the circumscribed void. Here's the furnace. I think I need to help Slackjaw because killing Granny isn't really killing her? Question mark? Because she's technically like a demon, right? So...
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, shit.
I'll kill you and cook you and eat your heart for breakfast.
I control the clouds.
They come and go at my command.
Ah! Jesus. Bloody Christ.
They
Ow.
do as I tell them, dear. Should I tell the rats it's time for dinner? Think you're going to save him? He's not worth it. Now Granny is going to kill you just like all the
Ow,
others.
ow, ow, ow.
Too bad for you. Granny doesn't need.
Well, I'm just gonna do that.
You'll see what I can do. It's too late for him, and it's too late for you. What's wrong? Can't you find me? You're a fool to try to help him. A fool. And now you're going to die. You will die. And I'll
You burn the
carve
cameo.
spells into your
Now
brain.
she's vulnerable.
Maybe we can incapacitate her?
What will I write on your skull? That you were a fool.
Gnaw his flesh away, my little
Okay. I think I did that without killing her? Yeah, she's sleeping. That is some... Lady, you need to go to a beautician. That is some bad eyeshadow.
Wanna know something funny? When we were kids, we were all scared of Granny Rags. Thought she was a terrible witch. Then we grew up and figured she was just a sad old lady. We were right the first time. Now ain't that funny? I owe you. This won't even the score, but it's all I got left. Luck to you, Corvo.
Thank you. Ooh. Nice.
What just happened?
Oh, shit. Okay. Right. Right. Oh, God, that is burning bright right now. I guess Granny's cameo really fed the fire. Right. Ooh, there's an outside shrine. I'll take it.
You find your way into such interesting places, Corvo. At the eye of the storm, raging between Granny Rags and this man who has lived his whole life with a cleaver in one hand and a bottle in the other. Crawling out of those flooded ruins, winding your way back to the pub where you last saw Emily. Where is she now? How does it feel now, knowing your allies betrayed you? Strange how there's always a little more innocence left to lose. And Daud, the man who killed the Empress. You had him in the palm of your hand, and you let him walk away? You fascinate me.
There's the pagan god that's protecting us from getting the plague, I guess. King Sparrow Feathers, Continent Map, Perth Sextant, nice. And crossbow bolts. These are a lot of tools. Return drain. Lovely. I guess I'm jumping back into the sewers again. Oh dear. My blade is rather red at the moment. Well. There. That was disgusting. Huh. Where'd he go? Odd. Well, that's disgusting.
This whole place has gone to the hounds.
Ow. Okay, let's load from last save because that didn't go well. Okay. Hoppa.
They say the rats are dying off. What will I do now?
Ooh. You good there, mate? Wait, do these people actually care that I'm here?
Please, sir, let me pass.
Oh, apparently not.
Leave
I
me
wouldn't
be.
come no closer. I ain't
All right.
feeling too well.
Wait, where's that? Ah, it's down there. Gimme. Oh, and a Cyclops. Right, well, that's that. Oh shit. Ah. Down to 15 volts. There we go. Those are river crusts. They're essentially like clams. Oh. Oh, a bone charm. Yeah, they're very similar to clams, but they spit at you, which is particularly lovely. Right, what did we just pick up? Bone charms. Clockwork malfunction. Enemy grenades take slightly more time to explode. Meh. Devouring swarm, wind blast. We have 4 runes. We need 8 for the bend time one. Sure. Let's get upgrade wind blast, even though we never use it. Right. Ah, I see. Ooh. Through here. We're almost out. Yay! We're almost out of this horrible, horrible place. Ooh. I'll take the bolts, though. Actually, before we leave, I'm going to take a very quick bio break. I will be right back. Funky. This tune is very funky. Alright. Back to game. Let's finally get out of these sewers, shall we? This looks like a sewer exit. I'm fairly sure I just left the sewers. So why is it over there? Or is it telling me to leave a to enter a building to leave the sewers? Well. Oh. 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 Hostiles killed 7, alarms rung 0, dead or unconscious bodies found 8. Didn't kill anyone, never detected, not gotten, but the overall chaos is low. We managed to get 1 out of 3 Sokolov paintings in that area, and 4 out of 5 runes. Not bad. Recovered your weapons, helped Slackjaw defeat Granny, but didn't kill Granny. Cecilia?
Please, no. Oh, it It's you, Corvo. Thank the stars. We all thought you'd been killed. Except for Samuel. He seemed sure you'd survived. I saw him on the river shortly before the killing began. He was smart enough not to come ashore. But I'll bet he's still out there. Looking for you is my guess. At first, Pendleton said it was time for our bonus. Havelock stood behind them, and at the signal, he shot them each in the back of the head. Just like the target drills he used to. Lydia barely had time to scream. I would be dead too. Except Wallace told me I wouldn't be getting anything. Pendleton kept apologizing, saying that no one could ever know about the things they'd done. Martin was drinking and seemed sad. The Admiral was about to shoot Callista. Then he mumbled something about owing her uncle, Captain Kurnow, a debt. They said it was time for Sokolov, and went off to his cage. I don't know what happened after that. Emily was there when the killing started. Poor child. I hope she hid her eyes. The Admiral said that Martin was right. I guess they talked about it. And they started to worry they'd get executed for all that they'd done, going after the Lord Regent and his allies. I suppose it's why they've poisoned you too.
Well.
I thought Lydia would squeal on me at the end. She just told Havelock to screw himself. And died.
Yikes. I was very close to knocking you out. Good thing I didn't. Oh. Someone's been drinking a lot.
Lydia's the only one who ever showed me any kindness. I don't think the Admiral actually knew I existed.
Well, if we ever get out of this,
I can hide here for as long as it takes. Seems that no one is safe when a man is that close to a prize like the throne.
Well, you're not wrong there. I will take your keys, though. No, we can't go up there. Oh, all right.
What a day, huh? Gonna be a great party tonight.
I was only a kid at the last coronation. If we even make it to tonight. Will you look at this mess?
Relax. One of the officers said he was dead. Poisoned, thrown in the river. If you ask me, he's long gone. Threw the mask in the river, left town.
That's what a rational person would do. Not this guy. You have to understand the criminal mind. I hear they had to hide the Caldwin girl from him, the whole time they were working with him. I heard they locked him in a cage, and only let him out at night.
Criminal mind, huh? So what's he doing now?
Waiting. He's probably watching us right now. With that crazy mask on.
Closer and closer, ever closer, until...
Cut it out. What's so impressive about Corvo anyway? Who's he got up against? A couple of high overseers, a couple of noblemen? He could never stand up to men with our training.
Swell.
Now I
Oh shit. Oh bugger. Well, I've just buggered that one up royally. Oopa, da, da, da. Oh shit. Ah. Okay, let's reload that. Okay.
Please, no.
It's fine, Cecilia.
It's you, Corvo. Thank the stars. We all thought you'd been killed.
Yes.
Except for Samuel.
Samuel was sure I'd survived, I'm well aware, mainly because he was the one who poisoned me in the first place. Oy. Don't follow me.
I was only a kid at the last coronation.
We even make it to tonight. Will you look at this mess?
Relax. One of the officers said he was dead. Poisoned, thrown in the river. If you ask me, he's long gone. Threw the mask in the river, left town.
That's what a rational person would do. Not this guy. You have to understand the criminal mind. I hear they had to hide the Cauldron girl from him the whole time they were working with him. I heard they locked him in a cage and only let him out at night.
The criminal mind, huh? So what's he doing now?
Waiting. He's probably watching us right now. With that crazy mask on. Creeping closer. Closer. Ever closer. Until...
Cut it out.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna murder you all.
Who's you got up against?
Shh. Quiet.
Attention
Everything's fine.
Dunwall citizens. Hiram Burrows, formerly the Lord Regent, has confessed to heinous crimes against the...
Many city watchmen remain standing. How is that a mission clue? It's more like a target list. Find Havelock or some clue to his plans. Find Emily or any clue to her whereabouts.
of Dunwall. He shall be confined to the Coldridge prison until the proper authorities decide his sentence.
Update. My men are still trying to penetrate the workshop. Those are tight. I think Piero Joplin's inside. That crackpot natural philosopher.
There is evidence that Anton Sokolov was held here against his will for some time. We can't determine what happened to him. I'll bet my commission he's in that building with Piero Joplin. If so, arrest him. But I don't want him harmed until I get to the bottom of all
Screw
this.
it. I'm going back.
What the? How the hell did you? What? That was rude. Very odd. Try that again.
Please, no.
Yep,
Oh,
yep, yep.
It's you, Corvo. I think the star.
I'm aware. Moving on. Give me your keys.
I was only a kid at the last coronation.
We even make it to tonight. Will you look at this mess?
Relax. One of the officers said he was dead. Poisoned, thrown in the river. If you ask me, he's long gone. Threw the mask in the river, left town.
That's what a rational person would do. Not this guy. You have to understand the criminal mind. I hear they had to hide the Cauldron girl from him the whole time they were working with him. I heard they locked him in a cage and only let him out at night. Someone there?
Oh, bugger. Come on. Okay, this area is going to be difficult, apparently.
Please, no. Oh, it's you, Corvo.
Yep, yep. Now give me your keys again. Actually, let's save the game here so that we don't have to keep talking to her again and again. Shame you can't actually look through the windows.
That's what a rational person would do. Not this guy. You have to understand the criminal mind. I hear they had to hide the Cauldron girl from him the whole time they were working with him. I heard they locked him in a cage and only let him out at night.
The criminal mind, huh? So what's he doing now?
Waiting. He's probably watching us right now. With that crazy mask on. Creeping closer and closer. Ever closer until...
Cut it out. What's so impressive about Corvo anyway? Who's he got up against? A couple of high overseers, a couple of noblemen? He could never stand up to men with our training.
Well, now I do hope he shows up.
I want to see you run crying for the cover of the tall boys out back. Like you were the other night.
What was I supposed to do? Stand there and get hit by rocks?
They were just kids.
Never again. I hope Lord Regent Havelock sends the tall boys in to level them.
It's gonna be a new era. Having a 10-year-old on the throne isn't gonna cure the plague.
High Overseer
Martin says it will.
He says we were cursed when the Empress died by Corvo's black magic, and the rats are never gonna leave until we had a real cauldron back. He says the outsider follows Corvo around.
There's some curse on this city, that's for sure. I'm still trying to forget working in the flooded district.
Come on, mate.
Don't remind
Move on.
me. Before we go,
There we go.
I'm gonna stash a few bottles of wine from the cellars.
There we go.
Attention Dunwall citizens. Hiram Burrows, formerly the Lord Regent, has confessed to heinous crimes against the people of Dunwall. He shall be confined to the Coldridge prison until the proper authorities decide his sentence.
Update.
Our men are still trying to penetrate the workshop. Close it tight. I think Piero Joplin's inside.
Crackpot, natural philosopher.
There is evidence that Anton Sokolov was held here against his will for some time. We can't determine what happened to him.
Huh?
I'll bet my commission he's in that building with Piero Joplin.
So, arrest him. But I don't want him harmed until I get to the bottom of all this.
Careful. The place may be booby-trapped and I want him alive. What else?
Save Piero and Sokolov. Oh dear. Well, that'll be interesting, considering the two absolutely despise each other.
I fervently hope my tenure will be a short one, and that the rightful heir will take her place within a mere decade.
And he has nowhere else to go.
Never thought he'd bother us again. I guess he holds a grudge.
Right.
As Lord Regent, I hereby claim the titles of Grand Admiral of the Fleet and Supreme Commander of the Combined Armies of the Empire.
Oh.
What's going on there?
Shh. Nothing. Nothing is going on. You shut your mouth. Oh.
Fucking longer do I have? Fuck.
Oh. That's an interesting caricature. Oh, lovely. I think Piero has booby-trapped his workshop. No, I don't think I could have talked to that person, Jared. Generally speaking, I can't talk to guards. They just sort of shoot me on sight. Corvo, remember before when I mentioned a special drawing I was working for you? This is it. I don't know where you went, but I hope when you get back you see this and like it. I'd like to take it to Dunwall Tower with us. Everyone's acting strange tonight. Samuel was whispering to Callista about a flare launcher that she was supposed to use to call him. He told her to lock the door to my old tower. I heard the Admiral tell the others we are leaving tonight for a place called the Lighthouse on King Sparrow Island. I hope you get back before then. Well, that is certainly an art piece. Yeah. I'm guessing that's meant to be Corvo. Right. Okay, now. Oh my god, there's so many people. Jesus Christ, I thought they were shooting at me for a moment. But no, it's fine.
Corvo, I can't believe you're alive. They killed everyone, Corvo. They killed everyone to cover it all up. Then they took Emily with them and they left. I couldn't do anything to protect her. Please find her. Make her safe.
Don't worry, I will. Okay,
All
that's...
this talk of being an honorable military man, but Havelock will use Emily like a puppet to his own advantage. Something changed in the Admiral as soon as the Lord Regent died. It had been building up. Martin was acting strange, going quiet if any of us were near, whispering late into the night with Havelock and Pendleton while you were out doing the real work. I think they realized they were one step away from holding the same position the Lord Regent had, and worried they'd be held accountable for what they did here, as the Loyalists. They would have killed me too, but Havelock spared me. Out of respect for my uncle, I believe. Please, talk to Samuel and the others. Someone must know where they're going. Find Emily. She's suffered through so much, and she's got no one else on her side except you. Samuel set this here in case you returned. You can use it to call him. He said he'd come quickly. Hopefully there's a place he can dock where the watch won't see him.
Don't worry, I know exactly where they've taken her. I thought that book on the lighthouse might come in handy. Callista, fret not. I believe there is still hope for Emily and Dunwall. I don't believe Corvo is gone. I'll be searching the river for him, but if you catch wind of him, shoot up a flare using the launcher I placed in Emily's tower, and I'll make my way back as quickly as I can. Keep this tower locked and take care of yourself. Emily is going to need you when this is over. Fair enough. Right, let's go see our dear friends, the two mad scientists, Sokolov and Piero.
I couldn't agree more. Your expulsion from the Academy was a crime against natural philosophy itself.
Which you might have pointed out at the time, but it's pointless to hold a grudge. I want to ask you
About the elixir, yes. And I need to discuss your tonic. Why have you not tried the homeopathic solution?
And where am I to find the subjects? I can't recruit from prisons as you do. But it's forced me to work with another agent derived from...
The river crusts, yes. I'd guessed as much. But I think our approaches may reinforce each other. This is what we've been lacking thus far.
They are literally two old mad scientists sitting under a pair of tables discussing theories. Hello, guys.
Bravo. Good to see that you still breathe. The city would not be the same if you were not with us. I've completed Piero's work on an arc pylon, but only just.
With this device, we can send a powerful electrical signal through the nervous system, merely rendering our enemies unconscious, or they can be reduced to ashes. I've attuned it so that we will be safe from the functions of the device. It will only trigger in the presence of our enemies. This arc pylon is more powerful than the older design. It will function at a greater range, striking down our foes while ignoring us. I need my final sequence, which is recorded in the blueprint for this device. Havelock was inspecting it before the killing started. Return the blueprint to me. It was in his bedroom before he left. Hopefully, it's still there. You may navigate the fields of battle with ease, but Sokolov and I are not as gifted in the same way. Without the arc pylon, it is only a matter of time before they put an end to us. We can get this device working, or you can go out and remove our enemies one by one, whichever you think is best.
Well, I personally think that taking out everyone at the same time is probably good.
Well, I knew it was too good to be true.
All we need is
Seems
the final
conspiracy
sequence
tried to use old
this
Piero
thing
for their own
process
gain and discard him. But
Even
they
I do
have
not know
cared
its full
and
capabilities.
delivered to me an ally almost as brilliant as myself. Old Sokolov and I will hold out here until we can blast the ruffians outside
Now that they know where
make
we
for the
are,
academy.
the harassment will never cease.
Interesting. Yes, there was a switch on those transformers, Old Death One, but I'm not prepared to use it until I know that it won't, you know, kill everyone. Sorry if you can hear the sounds of me munching on something. I bought a Toblerone earlier today, and admittedly, it was a bit of an indulgence, but tastes delicious.
What? Why is no one making rounds over here? This better not be a joke.
Oh yes, I thoroughly agree. Ooh.
What was that?
Ooh.
Rouse yourself. Wake up.
Oh shit.
Guards, to me. Get behind him.
Oh shit. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, ah! I got stuck on someone else.
Die, idiot. Stand clear. Under everything. Check everywhere.
I'm gonna find you, whoever you are, and then I'll demonstrate your failing. Keep close watch. He may
I'll
try
find
again.
you. I know you're here.
Ooh.
Shout if you see him.
Well, you've let him get away. Probably rats into everything.
There we go.
Stop! I see you! He's here! Impossible! We know you're here.
It's fine. Nobody's here.
Eyes sharp. Call out to each other if you spot him.
Go bugger off.
I'll flush you out.
Coward got away.
We know you're here, and we'll find you. He's slippery. Check everywhere.
How could we let him get away?
Oh, I'll find you. I'll find you.
I don't like that my blade is really bloody now. Makes me feel, well, murdery.
If he comes back, I'll earn another promotion.
You probably won't. You'll probably just end up knocked out on the floor, like the rest of your colleagues. This is Havelock's room. Ah! Piero's arc pylon blueprints. Nice. I'm actually interested in how bloody became an adjective in British English. I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, bloody has a tendency to mean a lot of blood. Like, that is its direct definition. It means a lot of blood. But it can also mean a lot of something else. So, a bloody amount of X thing. Or it can be... I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird one, that's for sure. Ooh. Hello, mate. Alright. I think we... Oh, shit! Ah! It's fine. It's fine. Holy shit. Hello, Donkeys. Blood de Juan. De Hoin? Blood de Hoin? Is that what that says? I don't know. I'm confused. As the elves in the Witcher series would say. Blood de Hoin. De Hoin? De Hoin? De Hoin? Ah. Confused. I guess that means hello? Or bloody hell. One or the other. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Right.
Astonishing.
Right. Deliver the blueprint to Piero. Optional. Save them.
Pylon is complete. Now to activate it.
Ooh.
With this device, we can send a powerful electrical signal through the nervous system, merely rendering our enemies unconscious.
You
or they
said?
can be reduced to ashes.
What is your opinion?
Oh, bloody humans. Interesting. Put them all to sleep.
As you wish, Corvo. We will be far away before any of them regain their senses. All is ready, Corvo. All that remains is plugging in a whale oil tank to power it. Will you do the honors?
When this
Sure.
arc pylon is charged, no one will dare come near us.
Right. Tank of whale oil, right? Yeah. Give me a bottle. I guess that the wording bloody something is just a thing in other languages that just than just English. I'm guessing you mean than by that. Ooh. Hold on, how do I get to the roof? This way? Oh, well, this'll do. Release. Whale oil tank in. Wow. This thing is... Ooh. Yikes.
Amazing. Simply amazing. It functioned beyond my greatest expectations. It defies description.
Huh.
A device like this will ensure Dunwall's security for a century.
I'm glad you two are happy. Can I go now? Are you guys safe? Am I allowed to go and loot everyone else? Please? No. Ooh. I can loot you. Ooh. Is Havelock unconscious now? No, but he has Havelock's orders to the guard. Captain Manning, we've tracked the conspiracy to the Hound's Pit pub. Searched the premises for the natural philosophers Piero Joplin and Anton Sokolov. Do what you must to secure all materials related to the enhanced arc pylon they have been constructing. Question them thoroughly, and once you are certain you have everything they know of the pylon, execute them both. Bring the pylon to me, along with his papers and recordings. They may be two of the greatest minds of our age, but they're also traitors who conspired with Corvo to bring down this empire. I'm keeping Empress Emily Caldwin with me at the lighthouse on King Sparrow Island until we're certain that Corvo and his fellow conspirators have been properly dealt with. Right. Interesting. Okay, one more thing to do. These two are thoroughly far too happy about that. They really are. Right. Hello, Callista.
Now that you've eliminated the City Watch, I can find my way out of here. But there's no way I can help Emily the way you can. I saw Samuel on the river earlier. I'm sure he'll take you where you need to go. One last trip, I expect.
One last trip. Yes, indeed.
I had one job. Take care of Emily. I tried as best I could.
I'd find you here.
It never pays to bet against you, does it? I saw the signal. I knew you'd be back, Corvo. I knew it. We'll need to get out of here soon. The Admiral controls the military now, Martin's High Overseer, and Pendleton's in favor with the aristocracy and Parliament. They need Emily, of course. But if Havelock senses that it's all about to fall down around him, who knows what he's liable to do?
Well, time to go to King Sparrow.
Then it's one more trip across the river to where it meets the sea. That's where the Lord Regent was building his new lighthouse. Ought to be something to see.
Not bad. Dead or unconscious bodies found 2. I didn't kill anyone! Yay! Right. Crunchy. The light at the end. The leaders of the Loyalist conspiracy have moved to a monumental lighthouse, the final military project devised by the Lord Regent. They're holding Emily as they struggle to tighten their hold over the city. It's time to confront them, decide their fates, and determine the future of Dunwall.
This is it, sir. I suspect Havelock Martin and Lord Pendleton landed there a while ago and went into the lighthouse. Knowing them, they're not giving up without a fight. I remember hearing the Admiral and Martin talking about this place as where they'd hold up if they had to. Anybody going in has to breach the fort and the gatehouse. And then there's only one way to the top. All I can say is that it's been a pleasure serving with you. Maybe after all this is settled, we'll see each other again.
Maybe.
Good luck, Corvo. If anyone deserves it, you do.
Thank you.
Give my best to Emily. After she's on
King
the
Sparrow
throne,
Island,
she won't
low
have
chaos.
time for an old man like me. I knew you were sharp, Corvo. But somehow you managed to get through all this mess without losing sight of what really matters. For that, I respect you. The city's gonna pull itself up, I believe. Too many good people here to let it all turn to ashes. I'd best be going. The battlefield's no place for an old sailor like me. That time is long past. Good luck, my friend.
Okay, so if you do this on high chaos, when Samuel takes you here, but you have to knock him out when you get here, because otherwise he alerts people to your arrival, because he thinks you're a murderer and a horrible, horrible person. Ooh, an area map. Nice. Not that I'm ever going to need it. Oh, great. There's a tower. And there's bunkers. Ooh. I'll take that. Let's just that. There we go. Don't need any of that now, do we? Okay, so we have the beachside entrance or the harborside entrance. I mean, either way, we're gonna have to knock out a bunch of people. Today is a day full of choices, apparently. We'll just stick you in your little guard hut, shall we? There we go. Interesting.
Is it true that more bone charms have been taken from apostates since the plague started?
I think we're going to be playing this a little longer than usual today, mainly because I'm fairly sure this is the final mission. So we're going to finish off the game tonight.
What's going on there?
But then that means on Thursday, we'll be playing Dishonored 2. Which will be interesting. Just stick you down there. There we go.
Think you'll get your own squad after what happened last night? Chances are very good.
And Dishonored 2 will be very interesting because we get a choice as to who to play in Dishonored 2. And it's set after the events of Dishonored 1, of course. But you get a choice as to whether you want to play as Corvo or as Emily. Which is very interesting.
this city get any worse?
Never doubt it.
Opa. Oh. Hello. That's an overseer. Quiet now. Yeah, there is a rat in a small vent. Don't know where the vent leads. To be honest, I don't really like being rats. It's makes me feel a little bit weird. Turning into a rat. This alarm has been deactivated. But the door is active from the inside, not the outside. Damn. Ah, there's one more guard to take care of. Oh, and he's taking a piss. How pleasant. Shh. Right. Just put you down there. Ooh, hold on. Ah! There's sewers. There's sewers that we can crawl through. Yay! We don't have to go through either gate. Ooh. Out. We need a control room key. God damn it. I'm surprised the guard in the control room doesn't have the key to the control room. That's fine. Right, well, I'm going to very quickly go take a bio break, and I will be right back, and we'll continue this in a moment. one. I enjoy it as well. It's a very lovely track. It is called Portobello Road by David Celeste. It's really quite a nice one. Okay. Let's just quiet that down. There we go. And resume the game. Wait, what? How are you awake? Huh. I thought I knocked all of the guys over there out. Go to sleep. There you go.
Look out. We got someone skulking around.
Yeah, me.
Someone's supposed to be on duty over
Yep. Ooh. It's not just one of you, right?
Look sharp. We got a prowler. Why is no one making rounds over here?
Oh. Thank you for reminding me, Jared. I really need to... I need to get myself a stream deck so that I can actually just tap a key and transition scenes. Make things a hell of a lot easier.
If he comes back, I'll earn another promotion.
Whoop. Here you go, you can go down here with your friend.
Let's just see what happens if I get another crack at this guy.
Oh. Right. I know I'm human. But do you? But yeah, I need to get a stream deck at some point anyway, but admittedly I need to get a desk big enough to accommodate a stream deck as well as everything else on it. Which is... oh! We have entered King Sparrow Fort. Nice. Now please tell me there aren't any dogs. There's so many people. Oh. Hello. You think one of them by now would have at least noticed that their front security system has been completely disabled, but apparently not. Oopsie. Oh. Shit. Ow. Ow. Yep. Yep. That was an idiotic move. Let's try that again, shall we? Oh, wait. There's a door. Can't go in there. Yeah, that area is indeed going to be tough. Ooh, lifeboat access.
Who turned off the wall of light by the dock? Is that a good idea?
Couldn't tell you. The whole place is turning into a madhouse, if you ask me.
Well, at least someone noticed that I turned off the lights. Oh, this is neat. Lifeboats for, well, lifeboats. But they actually have a system that deploys them, which is really cool. I like that. Precisely, a quick launch system. Incendiary bolts I will take. I have the instinct of a stealth player. I just don't have the skill, so I just keep getting seen randomly. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Let's not try that. What is that? Oh. No, 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 no. There's no one here.
He's coming.
Oh, shit. Oh, bugger. Oh! Ow! Okay. Yep. No. 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 Ow. I jumped off a building and immediately lost all my health. Oh dear. It's fine. I know where I'm going now.
Who turned off the wall of light by the dock? Is that a good idea?
Couldn't tell you. The whole place is turning into a madhouse, if you ask me.
Well, nobody asked you, but sure. Hello. I've infiltrated something. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, bugger. Ah! No! No, no, no. No, no. Ah! Ah! How did you... Oh, bugger. Oh no. Oh shit. Ow. Okay. Oh, bugger. Oh. Well, we're gonna reload that anyway, because I literally alerted the whole place. Yeah, I don't think I can rush this either, Old F1. Although, in fairness, I am just testing the waters at the moment. Waters.
Who turned off the wall of light by the dock? Is that a good idea?
Couldn't tell you. The whole place is turning into a madhouse, if you ask me.
Oh, shit.
Someone help me out! Get around him!
Oh, bugger. Well, let's try that again. Oh, dear. Yeah, the moment one of them gets alerted, they all get alerted.
Is that a good idea?
Couldn't tell you. The whole place is turning into a madhouse, if you ask me.
Admittedly, the fast choke is doing wonders for this. What the? Weird.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Someone help me out! Get around him!
Oh shit. It's fine. Nobody saw where I went. I'll just sit up here for now. Gatehouse drainage or gatehouse? Which one do I want to go with? Hoppa. Oh, seems like oh dear. I'll just let those two do their thing. Oh shit. Take some pictures for blackmail. I'm not gonna blackmail them. I've done enough damage as it is. That's weird. Every time I put a second body down here, it disappears. Oh, that position's actually worse. Ugh. Poor guys. They get knocked out and then they vanish. Very odd. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. I'm just gonna go up here.
Gotta be here somewhere.
There we go. You saw nothing.
Let's just see what happens if I get another crack at this guy. Someone's supposed to be on duty.
Oh, there's a key down there. Right, what was that key for? Control room key! Yay! I don't think I need to go there anymore, but still. Comes in handy.
Look out. We got a problem.
Pum, pum, pum. Everything's fine. There's nothing wrong at all.
Hey, tired yet? Please, not now.
Interesting. Anybody home? Nope. You can go down there. And I'll take everything else. Ah! They've thought of this. I can't climb these. Because there's barbed wire all over them. Wait, does that say... Oh, high winds. I thought that said high voltage. I like how they've just put a little halt sign on there. Gatehouse control. Ah, I see. So that must be the way into the lighthouse itself.
To her again. She has to see reason.
Opa. Ooh. I think someone might have seen me. Maybe. Or maybe not. Oh, shit.
Where are you?
I think I misjudged that,
Oh, I'll find you. Shout if you see him.
Okay, there's two of them down there.
How did I lose him? I know you're here.
Oh god, they're all up here now.
Check everywhere. We'll find you.
Where'd that overseer go?
All right, got a problem. I won't be catching this rat.
Oh, there he is.
I know you're here somewhere, scum. Okay, he got away. If he
comes back, I'll earn another promotion.
Let's follow you.
Let's just see what happens if I get another crack at this.
You won't get another crack. Because you've been taken down. Like so many others. You have failed to live up to expectations.
Back, I'll earn another promotion.
Where did the other one go? There was another one, right? Oh, there he is. Yes. Thank you, old F1.
Why is no one that could run?
Whoopsie. There we go.
I'll write to her again. She has to see reason.
There are indeed bodies everywhere. And I'm sure that's not my fault, is it? Nah. Right. Can I go in here now? Yay! Right, now this is for... No idea what it was for, but it's disabled now. Interesting. If it weren't for the fact that bodies despawn, you would essentially find small, neat piles of bodies around the place. Where I've just, like, left people to pile up. Like this. Oh dear. Ooh, what are these? These like power generators or something? Looks like it. Smoky. I think I've neutralized pretty much everyone up here, right? Okay, gatehouse drainage or gatehouse. I'm going to take you into the machine room. Leave you in here. You'll be fine. Oh wait, there's a rune. There's a rune. Oh, it's the only rune on the level. Oh well. Let's see. We could get Shadow Kill or Bloodthirsty. Let's get Bloodthirsty. Why not? Allows you to build up adrenaline by blocking attacks, performing assassinations, and inflicting melee damage. Once adrenaline is maxed out, move close to an enemy and press left control for an instant fatality. Not that I'm ever going to use it, but sure. Ah! Ugh, ugh. Sewer water. Oh shit.
Huh?
Oh.
You won't stay hidden for long.
Whoopsie. It's fine.
Can't stay hidden forever.
Walked off in completely the wrong direction. Are you serious? Are you serious? I walked under a pipe and you immediately are unable to see me. Oh my god.
I know you're here. Got you now.
Oh shit. Come on. Hold on. There we go.
Oh, I'll find you.
Right. This time,
I know you're
just... There we go. Well, that took more effort than it really required, but there we go. Right, so this is the machine room. Warning, corrosive whale oil. Warning, only attach completely empty tanks to pump. Do not remove tank as it's filling. Only fill one tank at a time. If oil makes contact with the skin, wash immediately. Fair enough, I guess. Yep. Gurk. Gurk. Oh. Fancy door. What's down here? Why was this locked? Out of order.
Huh?
Oh, shit. There's nothing here. You saw nothing. Bolt. Oh. Ooh. This must be an alternative entrance. I see. Yes, it's an alternative entrance over by the beachside area. You know, they really shouldn't leave these open in a state of lockdown. It would be a very bad idea. There we go. Ooh. Ooh. Sorry, mate.
Someone there?
Oh, shit.
Assassin, help! Take it!
When I find you, it's going to be bad.
Oh, I'll find you. I know.
You guys are rolling really badly on your perception checks. That's all I'll say. Wait, why am I outside the walls again? I really shouldn't... I'm getting distracted by knocking everyone out when I really should be focusing on the task at hand. Ow.
Gotta be here somewhere.
Right, let's actually go back inside and complete the objective that I've been meaning to complete, shall we? Instead of just faffing around outside the bloody fortress that I've been meaning to infiltrate, not exfiltrate. Ooh. Yep, I just keep getting keys at the moment. Half the time I don't even know what they're for. That was probably a very risky play just then. But it's fine, I think. I mean, I'm fairly sure I've knocked out pretty much everyone in this place at this point. think this is the control room here. Yep, this is the control room. That's fine. Okay. There's like 3 people left, I think.
Know if you want to gamble on the house again.
Bug someone else.
Hoppa. It's fine.
If he comes back, I'll earn another promotion.
Uh-huh.
Look out. We got someone skulking around.
They just keep multiplying. They just keep multiplying, don't they? Like bacteria.
We got a prowler on the loose. Damn, it's off. Once they get the reliability up, these things are going to be worth the effort. I'll write to her again. She has to see reason.
Look out. You got someone skulking around.
Someone's supposed to be on duty over here.
Why are there so many of you all of a sudden?
Look sharp.
Good grief.
Did I tell you about the time I almost caught that guy and killed the Empress?
Shut up.
Let's just see what happens if I get it.
Oh shit. Oopsie. That was probably a little bit too close. Should have waited. But it's fine. Feels like they're waking up. It's weird, because they don't usually wake up. They usually just disappear. I don't think they're meant to wake up, in fact.
I gotta get back right now.
Hey, you're such a chalk.
Okay, I think I'm under the gatehouse now. Ow.
We got someone skulking around. I'll write to her again. She has to see reason. Screw it. I'm going back.
These guys just have really bad peripheral vision.
If he comes back, I'll stop. I see.
Oh shit! Yikes. Didn't expect him to come around the corner like that. Maybe I should be employing that. It only works at close range. One, two. Ooh. 1, 2, 3. Oh, shit! Ow, ow, ow. Ah. You don't even know where I am. Where did you go?
Where are you? All right. You get off this time. There you are. Behind it. Check under everything. Black magic.
Yes, it's black magic. But please stop shouting about it.
Check everywhere. We know you're here. Got you now. Someone get over
Oopsie.
here. I'll reach sight to your entrails.
It really does feel like there's more of them than there were before. I mean, maybe, but I don't think that's the case.
Takes of these damn things don't last long. All right, you get off this time. I know you're here. It's going to be bad. Okay, now I hear you.
Yeah, maybe. Well, that one. I don't think that's the case, though, honestly. All things considered, I wouldn't actually be all that surprised if they were.
Can't stay hidden
Oh, shit! Oof.
Come out. We both know you're weak at heart.
I'm going back. Forget it. I'm going back.
We know you're here. Got you now. I need
Oh, come on. I was literally behind him.
When I
I don't
find
know why
you,
it
it's going
wouldn't
to
let
be
me
bad.
choke him to death. Choke him to getting knocked out. Right. You I can do. Good.
He's cunning.
I know you're here. Oh, I'll find you.
Okay, he got away. I'll flush you out.
Oh, shit.
Son of a hagfish. I'll find you. Screw this. I'm going back.
I think there's only 3 left. Like him, him, and him. Right. 2 more to go.
When I find you, it's going to be bad.
Must have been nothing.
Yep. It was definitely nothing.
Get another crack at this.
Oh, shit. It's weird because in certain positions it just won't let me. It'll only give me the assassination option, not the like non-lethal option, which is a little annoying, but that's how it is. I think that's all of them. We are now in the gatehouse. Took a little while, but that's fine. Oh, shit.
Assassin! Help! Just die! Get around him! I'll flush you out!
Ow.
Eyes sharp. Watch it. Call out to each other.
Ooh.
I know something's up.
Right. Well, I'm just gonna climb up these. Mainly because it avoids literally everyone.
But the boat's gone, and it's still off.
I have no idea. But a few bottles of wine went missing off that last boat. Interested?
I'm interested in staying alive. There's still plenty of idiots out there who miss the region. If they show up, I'll step in.
Oh, hello. Did I just... Oh, shit. Well... Now... Hey, hey. Right. Let's try that again. This time we might actually get somewhere. Well, I think he was the guy that I surprised earlier. Right, we've gotten the elevator key. We've got in the elevator. Go to Burroughs Lighthouse. Nice. Reach the lighthouse. Completed. Hurrah! Finally. Oof, that took a while. Now. Whoa. You're fine. Everything's fine. You're just the one who came up in the lift. You can go there.
Indeed, I believe so.
Right, time to make another pile of bodies. There we go. There's nothing here. You saw nothing? Oh shit. Okay, he saw something. Everything's fine. Nothing's amiss. I did not just strangle your friend right behind you. Right, that's 3 on the pile. That's 4 on the pile. Oh wow, that's ostentatious. Yep. This is very ostentatious.
Hungry for purpose. Couldn't be resisted. This is all Martin's fault. We hadn't helped Corvo get out of prison. Corvo hadn't been so damn good at his job. We hadn't gotten greedy, afraid. Always too sure, that was my problem. Never hesitated.
Right. Optional. Eliminate Admiral Havelock.
Too sure of what I wanted. Too sure of what I wanted to do when other men stopped to consider. Saw it as a weakness. I know Corvo's coming for me, just like he came for the others. Crossing the island below like it was nothing. It's only a question of how and when. I'm lacking a
Oh.
It's all falling apart.
Oh.
All the steps that led us here make sense. When I was young, I went to sea. Took command of a ship and made aimless men into sailors.
Havelock has poisoned the other two.
Then founded a conspiracy and almost let an
Oh shit.
No compromise. Never showed mercy.
I was wondering how I was going to non-lethal them all.
Will and vision. And not being afraid of getting dirty. I'll lose it all to a man with a faster sword. Or is it that he has a slower sword? There's something wrong. It'll make a good story for the history. I'll have a good epitaph. In his time, he commanded a noble lord, a high overseer, and empress. The man who brought down a title. Admiral Havelock, son of the high ocean.
Well. Yep, give me 1 second, Emily. I need to figure out what to do about our dear Lord Admiral. And also loot everything, while this incredibly ominous soundtrack plays. Ooh, jelly. Ah. Admiralty and the Fleet. I think I've read that one before.
Who is that? Admiral Havelock? If you don't let me out, I'm going to make you stand in a corner until you learn how to behave. Corvo?
Emily's room key.
There?
Such things, cowardly things that I'm ashamed of. How could anyone ever forgive us? Would they? Even if things are better? No, that's not how it works. Once the bureaucrats step in, everything gets muddy. If anyone ever knew, we'd all lose our heads for this. No one can know. And could we
we ever control Emily with Corvo around? That's the question that sticks in my mind. We need to make our final move, and we need to make it cleanly. No loose ends. Only a few in the know. The ones with the most to lose.
So where is Emily's room key? It has to be somewhere, right? Ooh. I forgot I could do that. Let's see. Jesus, this music is very ominous. Okay. Can't be up here, can it? Am I missing something? Have I missed something? I don't know. Nope, that's not what I want.
Coward.
Oh, come on. Nope. I've come this far only to be stopped by a missing room key. Oh, I'm an idiot.
Corvo! I knew you'd
Hello.
come. Is it going to be okay now? Will I be Empress?
Well, we'll see. The light at the end didn't kill anyone. Yay! Runes found, 1 of 1. Yeah. There we go.
So ends the interregnum, and now Emily Caldwin I will take her mother's throne after a season of turmoil. You will stand at her side, Corvo, guiding her young mind and protecting her from those who seek to exploit her or cause her harm. You watched and listened when other men would have shouted in rage. You held back instead of striking. So it is, with the passing of the plague and Emily's ascension, comes a golden age, brought about by your hand. And decades hence, when your hair turns white and you pass from this world, Empress Emily, Emily the Wise, at the height of her power, will lay your body down within her mother's great tomb, because you are more to her than royal protector. Farewell, Corvo.
Well, there we are. Dishonored. Little buggy, little glitchy, but overall, a very good experience. The ending was a bit meh. But yeah, no, that was good. It is a very good story. It's very enjoyable. Yeah. So, On Thursday, we will be starting Dishonored 2, which is the continuation of Emily and Corvo's story. But we will see about that on Thursday. Now we are going, since we have finished the game, we will be playing some World to the West, which is an interesting little game by the same people who made Teslagrad. And if you haven't seen Teslagrad, I have a full playthrough up on the YouTube channel. Yes, on Thursday, we will be doing Dishonored 2. Oh dear. Huh. Anyway, but yeah, you might miss some of it. That's fine, old F1. You can always catch up on the VOD, which always get archived to Twitch, and soon will be getting archived to YouTube as well. When I've completed a series, like I have with Dishonored, I will archive the series to YouTube on my Stream Archive channel. So yeah. Carrie Fisher? Carrie Fisher where? Carrie Fisher where? What? But yeah. Oh, that has been Dishonored. And I am proud to have played this fully. No idea if it was the Carrie Fisher. Well, I will look that up, because that's interesting. But yeah, so that is Dishonored. The full playthrough, it will be archived here on Twitch. It will also be archived on YouTube. Now, once the credits have finished rolling, we will transfer over to some World to the West, which is an interesting puzzle 3D top-down game, which has some interesting music and some interesting characters as well. So yeah, unfortunately, World to the West is a game that I have played before, but I haven't finished playing. So we will be starting off somewhere in the middle. I played the rest of it on Twitch, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have archived properly. So yeah. Oh dear. Well, I just skipped through the rest of that. Oh well, that's fine. Okay. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to make myself a cup of tea, and then we will get into some World to the West, because that is going to be very interesting. And while we wait, you can have some music.